Good morning, traders. Today is Wednesday, March 24th. My name is Charles, and this is the Pirate Traders live stream. Okay, so let's take a second to talk about yesterday, right? Yesterday seemed bullish. Well, it seemed neutral for most of the day. Basically, what happened was the day before we had this large push higher, okay? Brought value higher. We spent a bunch of time trading up in these levels. The overnight inventory pulled us back down into the previous day's range, the day before, and then we traded back up into this area, and we spent the most of the day balancing, right? End of the day, we had what started as a liquidation, but then failed to pull back up and brought in new sellers. The new sellers brought in more sellers and so on and so forth, and we traded all the way back down to this area here at 38.90. Okay, so the overnight inventory took us higher, then lower, then higher, then lower. We fought a battle down here at the lows and then pushed our way back up into this new area where we are now fighting a battle right at the base of the spike. Okay, because this late day sell-off created what we call a spike, that gives us a set of rules to trade with for today. Okay, spike rules tell us if the market opens within the spike, which it is right now. If it opens at this exact moment, it'll be inside the spike. That is neutral. It is neither bearish nor bullish. It's just straight up neutral and will likely lead to further sideways movement, further balance. Okay, we're also opening inside of yesterday's range, which also increases the odds that we open in balance. We're also opening inside of yesterday's range, which is also inside of the previous overnight, which is also inside the previous day. You guys are catching the pattern here. This is a market that is in balance. Okay? So that's what we're seeing here, is this market is just balancing off the excess from the move higher. What do I expect to see this morning? Chop. As with yesterday, I expect to see the market just grind up and down for the first hour or two of the day. Okay? So what I'll be watching for on the upside and on the downside, if the market's able to push its way back up into the spike, that is the first sort of bullish signal. Not enough to get me into a trade, but it's worth noting. If we get up above this overnight high, oh, the market just opened. So we are opening just right on the bottom edge of that spike, but we are technically still inside the spike, which is neutral, which leads to generally sideways movement, okay? But it's not bearish, but it's not quite bullish. Okay, market internals, opening bullish. Okay, we're immediately pushing up into that spike. That is good to see. So now this spike, the base of the spike is a great resistance. So let's see what happens as the market tries to push its way in there. Does it get rejected and pull back down? If not, that's the good first sort of signal that things could be bullish today. So as I was saying, then I want to get above this overnight high. Okay, once we're above the overnight high, I'm looking for us to find support, right? Maybe it goes right above and it instantly finds support and keeps going. It might happen very quickly, but that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for us to get above the overnight high and then find support. At that point, I go long for a rotation to start repairing these weak references above. Okay? If the market fails to get above the overnight high, right? If it keeps trying to push into this range and it can't get above that overnight high and it pulls back down below the spike, I would go short for a rotation down to the lows of yesterday. Okay. I won't get short if the market just like right now, if the market just immediately sells, I wouldn't get short right away. I'd wait and look for support first for a trade long. Only if we had tried to get up into here and failed, then I'd take that trade. But that being said, the annoying thing about chop, which we're going to get because we're opening inside of previous day's range, this annoying thing about it when it's right on a level like here at the spike is you keep thinking, oh, it's time to go long, it's time to go short, it's time to go long. Just better to sit back and let it work itself out, right? Let me know if you have any questions in the chat. Thank you, Stan. 100%. Everyone here is going to kick ass and take money today. Good morning, Fausto. Good to see you. Hi. Good morning. Deke, welcome. John, good to see you once again. Phoenix, as always, hello. Dave, who's in the zone, good morning. Jamie, good to see you. Pal's talking at 10. Yeah, he's not going to say anything. He's not going to shock the markets. Good morning, Philip. Good morning, Dr. Vijay. Welcome. Jeff, good to see you. Good morning, Robert and Lewis. I agree. Let's kill it today. All right. Well, the market's doing its chop thing. So, yeah, it's very tricky for me to jump into a trade. Like I said, I got to wait till we get above the overnight high before I'm looking for anything long. We are pushing through the 20 moving average. Oftentimes, once we push through that, if we pull back down, it becomes support. Yeah, Dave. That's I use the SPX and the NDX just because they're only regular trading hours, and that's I only use them for that for this 20 moving average. The 20 moving average works way better on the regular trading hours than it does on the 24-hour futures. Steve C, good morning, eh? Good to see ya. All right, market is trying to get above that overnight high. Just a quick reminder, the taper here on this low is terrible. 5,000 contracts, 1,000 contracts, 4. That will likely need to come down and spend some time down here to get some better taper. I have, Steve. I've traded NQ. I used to trade that when I was a scalper. But it's just too much volatility for me. It's too emotional to watch a market just fly up and down and your P&L just cranking and burning like crazy. So I prefer the ES because you get a little less volatility. I have also tried trading both at the same time, and it's just too much of a distraction. It's better that I just pick one and focus on that. So just to let you guys know, this is kind of making me feel like today is going to call for me to just wait a little bit. Um, they got a tick above the overnight and nothing happened. We immediately pulled back down. It's not bringing in any crazy volume. So I do think this market just needs to chop for a while. It just needs to grind around. So I'm going to kind of sit back and let it do its thing. Good morning, Asif. Good to see you. Asif feeling bearish this morning. Okay, so this would be, as I mentioned this morning, this would normally be the moment where I'd be like, okay, we got above the overnight high. Let's wait till the market pulls back down, find support, anywhere between the overnight high and the base of the spike, and then I go long with it. But again, I don't trust the chop. So I'm okay with missing a few points here in the beginning. I want to have more confidence. Let's see what happens when the market pulls back down. Okay, so let's see if the 20 moving average on the 15-minute candles here on the SPX can hold the support. Okay, so now we can call this a look above and fail of the overnight range. That's not a particularly potent signal, so it doesn't mean anything to me. But it just means that the market needs to find some downside and then make good support somewhere. First target would be sort of the closing price of yesterday, which was the halfback of the overnight, right around 39.05, 39.06-ish, this area. If not, you got this huge prominent POC from the overnight. So just kind of, visually look at it, look at the size, how much trading took place in here. Major volume node right here at the bottom of this range. That's your next support if the halfback breaks. Yeah, guys, we've mentioned this before. When you start seeing candlesticks like this, where they're just perfectly lined up next to each other, you don't look for trades. This market will eat you alive. Just wait, be patient, let it figure itself out. Once you got a few candles that are clearly starting to show a trend one direction or another, then you start jumping in trades. You don't have to take trades first thing in the morning while the market's trying to figure itself out. Just let it chop, chop, chop. I tell you what is always a good move when the market is chopping like this first thing in the morning. Smashing that like button. Hit that thumbs up. It brings you good luck. It brings you money. I promise. It's working. All of you that are pushing the button are getting wealthier and wealthier. Glad to hear it, News Flip. Uh, Parlin, good to see you, brother. Welcome back. Yeah, Asif, that's totally normal. If you watch any video teaching you how to like get more activity on your YouTube, they all say you have to ask at the beginning of every video. I just hate doing it. So I try to come up with cheeky, clever ways to slip it in. Thank you, Shri. Welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, Jeff, I like that area, that 3,900-ish area for support. That's where so if you remember, we had the spike down yesterday, brought in a little more volume, and then boom, we did a lot of battle in that area. And then that's also where the overnight did most of its fighting. So that to me is a good place for the market to reverse and head back up. Okay, creating a poor low here in the B period. The B period low being one tick from the C period low. So the question is, do we get a push away? And if so, how far? A big push away is bullish. A small push away and an immediate return, that's bearish, that it wants to continue further. Okay, terrible taper here. 11,000 contracts, 9,000, 2,000. No, sir, that is not the end of the auction process. Okay, so now let's keep an eye on this 20. Does it become resistance? Or do we just keep passing back and forth through it, which increases the odds of rotation? Yep, the internals are decent. They're not terribly bad, but they are starting to trend bearish. So with these candlesticks lining up like this, I'm still in wait and watch mode. Yeah, Fausto. As I mentioned this morning, the more days you open up inside the previous day's range, you had this overnight stayed within the previous day's range, which this day opened within the previous day's range in an overnight that stayed within the previous day's range. So this morning when we opened, you just have to get used to reminding yourself that when you get this, you get chop for the first few hours. It faked me out yesterday pretty bad. If you guys recall, let me stretch out the profile. Yesterday it was like I was like, yep, chop, 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 chop. And then as soon as the B period started like pushing up here, I was like, ooh, maybe not chop, maybe a trend. And I like changed this down at the bottom to like trending up, and then boom, in the C period it pulled back. So it's like that was a great reminder to me of like, don't get over anxious just because there's a lot of volatility in these moves. Structurally what's happening in the market is just chop. It's just the market trying to figure itself out. So it will be tricky, I think, for me as well to try to figure out where I want to start jumping into trades. Like when we passed back above the spike, the base of the spike, I should have gone long. But then we left this poor low behind with this terrible fucking taper, and I just couldn't do it. So, yeah, this morning I'm going to sit back. I'll watch Powell speak. I'll just relax. I'll let the market churn around. And then maybe, in an hour, in 2 hours, I start seeing opportunities present themselves. And that is a good point. Thank you for bringing it up, RK. Yeah, what we need to remember with that massive sell-off that scared the fuck out of me last night is that value stayed higher. The POC stayed higher. Right? Value is still up here. It is overlapping to lower, which is bearish to neutral, but it's still up here. So the market is still finds this right now to be a fair place to do business. And look at all the weak references they left behind. I mean, it might be all about what tech is going to do to you, bro. I don't look at it that way. There's 500 companies in the S&P. Any one of them could bring in, flows. So, okay. So now we are officially one time framing lower. The trend in the internals seems to be pushing lower. I'm not going to say trending lower just yet, even though I technically should because we are one time framing lower, but I'm just going to feel bearish, but wait for support. Like I said, first line of support is the halfback, the closing price of yesterday, right around 39.05, okay, which is what we're about to hit right now. The next support would be somewhere in this node here. So somewhere between 3,900 and 38.97. Parlin, it's not any one thing, any one price level that I would need to see. The market is one time framing lower. So the first thing that would take me out of a bearish stance would be the cessation of one time framing. So here in the B period, we have to work our way all the way up above the high of the A period. Or when we print the C period in about 5 minutes, the C period would have to get above the B. I'm also just watching other things like the market internals, right? If I'm looking at the market internals and I'm visually seeing that they're moving down and to the left, that is bearish to me. So when they stop kind of going that direction, it looks like they might even now, and then they start turning their way back up. When this stops going down and goes flat, those are the things that I'd be looking at to feel neutral again or to feel bullish. But the reason I didn't put that we're trending down is because I don't think this is going to be a long trend down. I think we're just going to chop. And look at these candlesticks. They're literally, it's a giant square. The market is just bouncing around in this area waiting for new information. I don't know when that new information will come. I don't know what the price level will be. I don't know what will be the signal that will show me that there's been a change. But when I see that, that's when I jump in the trade. All right, well, the trend cannot be denied at this point. We are using the 20 as resistance here, and the 1 time framing continues in the C period. So let's do it. We're trending down. The end of the trend will be the cessation of 1 time framing. So if the C period gets above the C period high, gets above the B period high, or continuing on, D gets above C, and so on and so forth. As long as the market continues to trend lower, price will continue to go lower. So the tick charts over here, this one is the NYSE, this one is the NASDAQ, and that's just the number of stocks in the NYSE or the NASDAQ that are being sold as opposed to bought. So if like the exact same number are being bought and sold, it's at 0. But if there's more being bought, it goes up higher. If there's more being sold, it goes down lower. Yeah, we've good taper on the high and the low here in the ES. Let me go check out the Nasdaq. Yeah, tough to say. I don't know how many contracts the Nasdaq needs to trade. I'm so used to looking at the ES, but it doesn't seem great to have 1,000, then 2,000, then 600 and 100. I would think you need a little more taper there. But it's one time framing down. It is more bullish, though. Value was completely inside the previous day's range yesterday. So that's more bullish than what we had in the ES, where it was overlapping to lower. Okay. Oh, you're about to get the cessation of one time framing right now. Oh, never mind. Sorry, guys. Fake out, fake out. All right, guys. Well, that right there is the cessation of one time framing. I honestly already knew it was going to happen, but I had to, when we had the third period of one time framing, I had to call it a trend, because if it had kept going, I would have missed it. So, okay. Somebody asked the question earlier, what would get me back to neutral? I'm back to neutral. Okay. We got a good low. It was a tick away from what I expected support to be. It's not amazing taper, but it's acceptable. As a matter of fact, I'd even call that good taper. So we got good taper on the low. We passed back over the base of that spike, back into, or back above the overnight, and we created a sensational one time framing. So right now my assumption is the market wants to go sideways. It wants to go up and down until it picks a direction. So how do I trade when the market's going up and down, when it's rotational? As I've been mentioning the last few days, I sell above the value area, and then I take profits at the POC, and then I buy below the value area, and I take profits at the POC. Okay, if the market's able to work its way above the A period high, this may have been a reversal. Okay, we could say it was the good news from the Federal Reserve Chair that he said everything is good, the economy's getting better, what we're doing is working, and we're going to keep doing it. So maybe that's what the market needed to finally feel bullish. Tricky morning here. Still think the best move is to step aside and wait until we have a more confident signal. Okay, we created a poor high here in the C period because the C is one tick from the A period high. Do we get a push away? Okay, so in the process of explaining how my brain works, this to me is starting to feel like a trend change. The market was balancing, but then it found low. It found the information it needed, and so now it wants to push higher. So for me, the trade that's popping into my head right now is, remember where we had the base of that spike? Okay, right here at 39.16. If the market gets a couple ticks above the A period, and then we get a pullback down to this level where we find support here, that would be a really good long trade. That's the only trade that's presented itself to me yet today, is to pull back to this level, find support somewhere above here, then as it starts to rotate back up, I go long with it. So once again, don't be confused by this sign where I'm saying I'm feeling bullish. That just means I won't go short. That means instead of trying to short any pullback, I'm looking for it to do it and then go long. But that doesn't mean jump into a long trade here. Okay, market's about to repair the first week references left behind from yesterday. News blimp, I know exactly what you're saying. And although part of me agrees with it, you have to admit he's been right so far. The man said we're going to print money and we're going to buy assets. And the man said we like the idea of you guys giving free money away. And so far it's worked. You know, this event, this COVID event, should have been the worst economic event in the history of the human race. And instead it was like a month-long scare, and then everything was back to all-time highs. So as much as I hate it and I disagree with it economically, the money printer going burr has worked so far. Inflation is fine. So can't call him wrong just yet. I was just thinking about this in the shower. This is like a more of like a 3,000, mile view of this, but like I'm beginning to realize that we live in a new era when it comes to the emotions of a massive crowd. Like back in the day, it didn't take that much. Like it didn't have to, like a thing didn't have to be that bad for it to be like the end of the world to people, right? Like if you think about it in like politics, like back in the day, a politician could say or do one wrong thing, like one single thing that people didn't like, and their whole career was fucked. Like that was it. It was just over. But nowadays, a politician, could literally come out every single day and say crazy things and tweet crazy things and cause controversies on a daily basis. And not only are they never feel any consequence to that, it doesn't matter. It doesn't even affect them at all. So that, like, why does that happen? Why are people able to let things go now that they used to? Or another example I was thinking of is like school shootings. Like I remember when Columbine happened, and it's like everyone across the whole country was like devastated. They were just like overwhelmed with grief over the idea that somebody went into a school where children are supposed to be safe and learning and committed a mass shooting there. Like I remember a time when that was like across the boards unbearable for everybody. Then we got to a point where like half the country just stopped caring. And now we've gotten to a point where half the country just doesn't really react, and the other half thinks it's fake and it's a hoax and that it's all made up. And so it's like, how do you get this shift as a huge culture? You're talking about, millions and millions of people. How do you get this shift where like something that used to be devastating now doesn't matter? And I think it has to do with the nature of the 24-hour news cycle and the way that we are constantly inundated with new shit, good, bad, or otherwise. We're just constantly inundated with stuff all the time. So we don't even allow anything to sink in anymore. We don't really take a deeper look at the consequences of things that are good or bad. And so what I think we're seeing in this like super fast recovery that we had because of COVID, and the fact that economically none of this makes any sense, but yet it's all still working. I think it has to do with the same conceptual idea that like we've just changed. We are not the same people that caused the Great Depression. Like we are not, like we as human beings accept bad stuff and move on so quickly now that we've just changed as a groupthink, to a point where I think from now on, we're living in a new world where the markets will just react instantly and harshly, but then they'll recover right away. The whatever freaked the market out yesterday, by today it's already forgotten about it and it's ready to start going up again. So it's just one of those random shower thoughts that I was kind of processing this morning. Like, we may be in a serious fundamental shift in the way people should look at investing, because the big, bad, terrible things we can recuperate from instantly. So anyway, just something I was thinking. Oh yeah, the answer is social media. Watch that movie Social Dilemma and you'll get it. It's like it's fundamentally changing how our brains work to everyone on the whole world. There's like what, 2 billion people on Facebook? Like, yeah, we're literally changing the human race. Yeah, I'm not talking about a bias one way or another. or like what news organization. I'm just talking about the cycle of like, we have this hunger for new shit every day, every moment. We don't want to think about the thing from yesterday anymore. We're just ready for that new stuff. What's a new terrible thing? Yeah, of course, this other thing. Yeah, sure, California's still on fire, but let's talk about this new thing. What's going on over here? Do we have floods in Texas? Like, it's just like we just have this urge to be constantly fed new shit. And that gives us the ability to just completely ignore the old stuff. So I think in the future, we're going to have a lot more recessions in air quotes that are V-shaped like we did with COVID, where it's like you get a month worth of sell-off and then you're right back to all-time highs. Yeah, and that the ADD thing is just another example. Why is it that suddenly now everyone has that? It's society, man. Society's doing it to us. And no, I don't sing in the shower. I only sing when I'm on a microphone to the internet to hear for free. Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make, Jeff. You just summed it up in a perfect description. This is not our parents' economy. We have got to drop the old way of thinking and develop a new way of looking at things. Cell phones. You think cell phones were the start of this? I mean, obviously the internet was the start of this, right? It has to be. Okay, so my new target to enter long is not going to be the base of the spike. It's going to be the base of the single prints here in C period. I would go in for a small long trade here and then wait to add to it at the halfback. But the bulls are back in town. Ticks are trending higher. All of them are trending higher, all the internals. Michael S., the good taper question. Get that one every day. Tough one to answer. It's just, you just want to see if you visually, if you're looking at it on the candlesticks, you just kind of want to see it go down like naturally. You don't want to have like random big nodes sticking out. You just want to smooth. So it's usually like, 10,000, 8,000, 5,000, 3,000, 500, something like that, right? Just a slow taper down. It's when you get a random little node that sticks out that doesn't fit, that's when something funky was happening there. Okay, apologies, guys. One more shower thought on this point, right? This is the S&P on the monthly charts, okay? So this was the dot-com bubble. Look at the sell-off for the dot-com bubble, and then look how long it took for us to recover from that, right? Then you got the housing crisis. A worse sell-off, but look how quickly we recovered. And then look at the COVID sell-off. Boom. And then how quickly we recovered. Right? I think this is just going to continue. I think the sell-offs will be harsher and deeper, but then the recovery will be faster. I think this is the new normal. Okay, market on its way to try to go back down and fill these single prints in the C period. We've only got 470 contracts here at 39.2450. That almost certainly needs to get some backfilling. And then we'll see if we can get down here and tag the halfback at 39.19. You got it, Dave. We're on the same page. A halfback is just exactly halfway between the high and the low of that day's range. So if the market pushes 2 ticks higher, this pushes 1 tick higher. If you get down to the low, vice versa. So you think about it the same as like a 50% fib retrace on the high and low of the day. Very common level to bring in buyers. Okay, so we got the single prints filled there. Now let's see where the D period low can find support. Could be for the NASDAQ right here on the 20, perhaps. Okay, almost looks like we're getting a new trend in the ticks. Today is a confusing day. They're not making it easy. But could be there, could be somewhere around the half back here. And then the lowest case scenario to me would be the base of the spike down here. If the market sold off below the opening price, I would stop out of any long trade because the market's just going to rotate. Okay, with the printing of the E period here, this gives us a little signal that we can use. So the question is, since this B period low, where the Federal Reserve came out and said everything's all good to Congress, did that cause a change in the market that is going to start a trend higher, right? One way to see that is if this E period, the E period low stays above the D period low. Okay? If it comes back down and it rotates back into value, the day is still continuing to be rotational. Ooh, just pulled the POC up, just pulled the value area up. Both bullish. So again, still looking for a long trade once I think we found support somewhere. But I mean, honestly, it might be right now, might be the time to buy. If we can't get below this D period, we could continue to one time frame higher. Tricky market. Tricky. Ticks are looking bad. It's like lots of opposite signals here. Okay, it's still one time framing higher until it gets 2 ticks below. So just to make sure I'm clarifying why I'm talking about this reference of the one time framing. So at every minute of every day, I'm trying to understand what the market is doing. What is it doing and who is doing it? Who are the participants, right? So earlier today, I thought rotational, right? As soon as the C period came up here and created the cessation of one time framing, I thought rotational. But then the C period continued to go straight up, came back down in the D period, found support, and then went back up. So then I was like, oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the day is not rotational. Maybe the morning was just a fake out, right? And now we're going to trend higher. Market got new information, and so we're going to trend higher for the rest of the day. So I'm still bullish even if we pull back below this E period low, but it is just a sign to me that the day is still rotational, not trending. And I trade rotational days totally different than I trade trending days. So if this is now trending higher, I'd happily buy this E period low, right? Because the POC is going to keep going higher and higher and higher throughout the day. But if it's a balancing day, I don't want to buy this. I want to wait till we get all the way down here and buy, or I want to sell up here and then take profits at this level. So I need to first know what kind of day we're dealing with before I know my strategy for trading it. That's kind of why I'm looking at this. Okay, so that tells me that today is still rotational. The market is still just grinding up and down. So my MO here would not be to go long. My MO would be either to go long down here in the lower ends of value for a rotation back up to the POC, or to wait till we get above again and then go short for the rotation back down. Halfback, once again, good target for support, if not the base of the spike. Yeah, Phoenix. The term that Jim Dalton uses is a short covering rally. Liquidation break is down, short covering rally is up. Yes, Slade, I'd agree with that. I think that's a fair analysis. In a rotation down, today is rotational. In a rotation down, like I said, the base of the single print, or sorry, the base of the spike, which was the base of the single prints, that should be support. So if the market can't find support somewhere between that level and the open, that will probably lead to more downside continuation. And from the look of it, that's going to line up with that 20 moving average pretty close there. So yep, that would be the area I would expect us to find support and rotate back up. But we could also find it here at the halfback or just above the base of the spike where this little volume node kind of starts here. So anywhere in this range, we could find support and begin to rotate higher. Okay, market currently finding support at the base of that spike. So let's see if that holds. Do we get a rotation back up above the POC here or not? If not, that 20 moving average is the next target for support. Market is rotational. Bigger picture. Value overlapping to lower. Third day in a row. Value overlapping to lower means sideways to lower. Just a friendly reminder that generally on a rotational day, I don't like to buy above the POC. I instead wait until there's a high made and I go short for rotation back to the POC and vice versa. On a rotational day, the POC is the fairest price to do business, so you want to be selling above that and buying below it. Yeah, John, on rotational days like this, you got to take the profits as soon as they're there. There's always another opportunity to enter a new trade, because it can stop going up at any point and start going back down. That's what rotation is. Not a stupid question, Ira. A perfectly legitimate question. And the answer is yes, but it's really hard to call. like my skills at reading the market are really, really good at recognizing a rotational day. But sometimes, I mean, you could, I don't have an exact figure, but let's say 50% of the time or whatever, a day might start rotational. Oh, sorry, I got to run. Someone's at my door. Be right back. Okay, yeah. So back to the question. Um, so yeah, I don't know the exact figure, but let's say half the time a day will start rotational, and then at some point in the day it starts trending either higher or lower. You could say that that's what happened yesterday, right? The day started off rotational. It was creating a perfect bell-shaped curve here, and then out of nowhere it started to sell off and became a trend day down, right? So what I'm not that good at yet, and it's a skill. It's a skill that I'm still sort of honing and developing, but yeah, it's tough for me to recognize when the trend is over when the balancing is over and a new trend is beginning. But it does happen. So yeah, I mean, getting above the D period high would obviously be a signal that we're probably going to trend higher. It's a good high. It's got lots of excess. So I would expect as we continue to rotate today, we come up, we get somewhere in here, find resistance and rotate back down. Come up in here, resistance and come back down. Yeah, just very tricky. Sorry, no satisfying answer there. Yeah, sorry about that. Anytime somebody pushes the buzzer to get into the building, my dog goes ape shit and starts barking, and it's a nightmare to get him quiet. Real life, man. Ira, no bombardment. That's what I'm here for. Ask all the questions. Probably other people are curious and they're too shy to ask. So you're probably helping them out. The only other thing I look at other than the market profile are the market internals, which are these four charts that you see here. And you'll just literally see me click over, take a quick look, see what's happening. I don't really feel confident teaching these. I feel like if you want to learn to read market internals, you should find other people to teach you that, because they're still very confusing to me. I haven't quite mastered them in the same way that I have the profile. But yeah, it's the things that I see in the profile, it's from repetition. It's right. Like you see the same things over and over and over again. And so you just kind of know what you're looking at when you see it. That's why I said yesterday at the close, if we open and we're still inside of yesterday's range, we're likely to get more rotation, right? Because that's just what markets always do. They do one thing until they can't anymore. So they go sideways. They just rotate like this, up and down, until they just can't take it anymore, and then they break to the upside or the downside. It's just kind of a pattern that they do every day. So learning to recognize those patterns helps me figure out the best way to trade. And just for the record, this is like a messy layout here. You don't normally see this. It's been like that for the last few months. Things are just, nothing in the market is functioning the way it normally does, because so much of what's happening is purely speculative. So it's making it more difficult to use these traditional rules to follow. But it still gives me an edge. Okay, so we got a weak F period high here, increasing the odds that it needs to be taken out. A month and a week into trading. Well, welcome, my friend. You have so much to learn. You have so many terribly emotional days ahead of you. But it's exciting. It's a thrill. It's a cool job to have if you can make it work for yourself. But yeah, my advice is just try to keep it simple. Pick one strategy. I love that you're just watching the SPY and getting used to how it moves. Keep things as simple as possible. The more complicated you make it, the harder it'll be for your brain to recognize patterns. So the idea is you find one thing that works for you and you just keep doing that consistently. And then you shape the rules for how you trade around that. And you just get better and better and better over time. I don't know that the micros are cheaper than SPY though, because SPY doesn't have any leverage in it. I think that might actually be the cheaper way. She would just have to have a big enough account size. Like you'd have to have $20,000 to be able to day trade it. But as long as you have that, I think there's actually much less leverage in SPY. So it's actually a safer place to learn. Yeah, I think that's smart. Nothing wrong with swing trading. The most important thing is protecting your capital. And there's two types of capital, there's mental capital and then actual financial capital. And you've got to protect both. So doing whatever feels safe and less risky is always the way to go. Bummer, guys. I stepped away. I come back to the market. I missed my short entry by one freaking tick here above the G period high. And now the market rotates right back down to the POC. Those bastards. One tick. All right, so yep, now that we're rotating down, let's hope the market, well, let's not hope, let's know the market's going to somewhere find support and then start its rotation back up. The F period high, still weak because we needed to get 2 ticks above it to repair it, and it created a weak G period high. Looks like I missed some chat. Let me back up here and try to work through it. Okay, so Ira, on the idea of the small caps or whatever, each individual like composite of stocks. So you got the S&P 500, you got the Nasdaq, you got the Dow Jones, and then you got the Russell, which is the small caps. They all move in their own way. Okay. And you're right. The Russell has a lot more volatility to it than the other markets do. And the Russell does tend to move slightly off from the other markets because it's small caps. And so the small caps make up a very, very tiny portion of the larger markets. And then there's none of the big caps in that Russell. So yeah, you're going to see different types of moves, sell-offs that sell off more or less. So I would suggest, again, if you want to trade, one of the indices, just pick one, at least for now in the beginning, and focus on that. If you're trading the ES, don't worry about what the Russell does. If you're trading, the Dow, don't worry about what the Nasdaq does. Just focus on the one you want to trade, and sort of master what it does and how it moves. Parlin, hi Pirate, had 2 questions. Okay, so the trending days, I don't know anything until the market opens. When the bell rings each morning for the market to open, it's at 6:30 for me. I'm totally, in my mind, I'm totally flat. I don't know where the market's going to go or what it's going to do. I have a guess, right? By asking myself the question, what was the market trying to do yesterday and how good of a job did it do? And then looking at the overnight inventory and saying, okay, what were they trying to do in response to what we did, and how good of a job did they try to do? So yesterday, right, we were trying to balance up here, trying to stay within the previous day's range and balance around, but then we failed to lower prices. Okay, so that's neutral to bearish. Then the overnight inventory tried to push us down further. This is where they opened. They tried to push us down and get below our low, but they couldn't. They fought a good long fight down here, and then prices worked their way back up. So we were trying to stay up, but didn't do a very good job. They were trying to go lower, but didn't do a very good job. So what did that tell me at market open today? That probably we're just going to rotate, right? That we don't know yet where we want to go. We tried to go lower. They tried to go higher. Let's just see what happens, right? So I don't actually know if it's going to be a bounce day or a trend day until the market starts to trade, but I do have an idea. I do say in my mind, I think this is more statistically likely to happen. Okay. But then once the market opens and starts trading, it's anybody's guess. Anything can happen. Markets are random. Just because of what was happening in the previous days doesn't mean you can't get some totally wild thing that happens that day. So once the market starts trading, I'm then trying to decide, is it rotational or is it a trend? I hope that helps. Did somebody give me a thumbs down? Did somebody dislike the feed? I used to take it personally, but now I don't care, because every time it's happened, I always get on the mic and I go, hey, if you hit the dislike button, please jump in the chat. Let me know what I'm doing wrong so I can learn to do better. And not one person has ever commented on what I'm doing wrong. So that tells me it's just, some people, they just push the dislike button, but it's nothing I did. Dave in the Zone, I really appreciate that review. It's nice of you to say. I wish I could take credit for it. Everything I'm teaching you I stole from Jim Dalton, but I did have to pay him thousands of dollars to get that info. Stan, cracking me up. No worries, man. Let the thumbs down go. Deke, I don't think so. I don't think I can see who gives a thumbs up or thumbs down. The question on the 2 ticks below the E period. Let me zoom in and take a look. Yeah, that would have been a great long trade, right? So on rotational days, once you get below the value area, the shaded in blue area, going long anywhere there is fine. Now, that doesn't mean just because you get 2 ticks below it, it's going to automatically rotate back up. You may go long here and it may rotate all the way down to here first. But it's just risk reward wise, it's much safer to go long under the value area. And most of the time you don't get it. Like most of the time you get this, where it comes real close and then it reverses without actually getting above. So it's a trade that requires a lot of patience, but that's why it's profitable, because you're waiting for the opportunity and then taking it. William, thank you. Mangesh, you're probably right. Yeah, what's the overnight pregnant lady signal? It's the signal that there's more confusion to come. But I'm sorry, that was lame. Please don't laugh at that. All right, Slade thinks the 20 is going to break. That to me seems less likely here. I mean, the NASDAQ is selling off and it's pulling us down. But it is a rotational day where, when we get to the 20 moving average, we'll be below value. So that's a perfectly legitimate point to find support. And it's also the 20 is curving up. That's sort of the signal that the bullish, move is starting, not ending. But we will know if it breaks the 20 moving average that there will likely be further downside continuation. Yeah, so Deke, to answer your question, absolutely. When we get below this E, my finger will be on the trigger to go long. Maybe I'll see us bounce off of this 20. I don't know what it'll be yet, but I'll be ready to go long now. I'm now ready to go long, just looking for the opportunity. Good call, Joshua. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're talking about on the futures contract, the 20 moving average? Yeah, I don't look at those. Exactly. Right? I'm looking for some kind of, basically like getting below the value area on a rotational day. It tells me I should be looking for a long in here. But I now need one more piece of information to tell me to definitely jump in. Could be the fact that we have 2 week references above, right? That increases the odds that we need to come back up and test these levels. We broke the 20 moving average though, so now I don't trust it. Also, the internals trending down, so that's making me not trust it. So I'm not going to step in long. Maybe I see a reversal in the ticks, and then I go, okay, time to go long. Maybe within this same 15-minute candlestick, we pull back above the 20 moving average, so it's just a wick below. Then I'll go long. But until then, let's wait and see where the market finds support. It actually kind of found it at the perfect spot, right at the beginning of this node of volume here. So I missed it. I missed the trade. We're going to get the wick. It was support. Going back to the POC. Another thing to keep in mind is the shape of the profile on a balancing day, on a rotational day, okay? We often have the biggest nodes of volume towards the center, and it gets thinner on the way out. So you imagine the market needed to come in and fill some volume here. Where's the next spot? It needs to come fill in. Up here. Oh, look at that, right above the POC. Was it the song? Damn it, Dave. Should I have not broke out in song? Yeah, John, if you're asking if I teach market profile versus price action, that's kind of a like an oxymoron because it's what I'm seeing in the market profile is the price action. The market profile is just a different way to look at it than candlesticks. So yeah, I'm trading the price action, but I'm looking at it as a bell-shaped curve instead of just a bunch of random lines. H is weak here. Same level as the A period low. Need 2 ticks of excess to get us a good low from there, but then we'd be at the C period low, so we need 2 more ticks to be a good low. Lewis, I like how you're thinking, my friend. I like you where your brain's at. Yeah, Nasdaq definitely suddenly became weaker. It's been stronger the last couple days, but today it became weaker than the ES. We're now below the lows. So it's the Dow that's stronger today. The rotation today is out of the tech into the Dow. And that's why the ES is just going up and down. Yeah, I have the same question, John. What's a performance account? What do you mean by that? Okay, we got 2 ticks below the A. Now we got to get 2 ticks below the C. Oh, there it goes. Okay, good low on the H. Still market looking for support here. So is this going to be the same movie as yesterday? Right? Are we worried that we're going to spend the first part of the day balancing and then have a massive sell-off at the end of the day? What's similar to today from yesterday? Values overlapping to lower. POC, fairest price to do business, slowly working its way lower. Yeah, I mean, John, the only advice I'd have for that is the same advice I give every day that makes everybody so upset. But just paper trade, man. Just paper trade until you have, at least a month of consistent winning. And you're like, bitch, what? Trade for a month and not make any money off of it? Yep, that's what I'm saying. How many years do people play basketball before they enter the pros and start making money? How many years of school does a doctor have to do before they get their specialty and start making lots of money? How much time do law students have to spend at law school and internship and so on and so forth before they make their money? Put in the work first, then you get paid. That's my philosophy. Okay, are we going to find support here at yesterday's closing price? The ticks say no. Ticks say no way, sir. Not yet. All right, William. Thanks for stopping by. We'll see you next time. I mean, guys, we're still rotational. You really must learn to understand the concept that there's nothing scary happening if a market is bouncing around in the range of the previous day, right? Go back and watch my video from yesterday. I didn't start to get scared until we broke the low from the previous day. That's when I got bearish, right? As long as we're still, rotating within yesterday's range, there's a million spots for us to find support. Right here, this prominent POC, very likely to become support. If not, this whole node of volume anywhere in here could become support. So nobody needs to get worried about anything until we get below yesterday's low. Until then, it's just rotating down. This morning it rotated up. The market's just looking for buyers and sellers. If you're upset because you went long somewhere in here, have a stop, right? Know where you would get out. But don't let yourself get frustrated with the market. The market doesn't have to do anything. The market will do what the market will do. It's your job to just observe and play along. Jonathan, good day. Yeah. So you went long at 19? See, to me, I'd have gotten out of that as soon as we popped below the POC. You've now paid more than the fairest price. Just get out of that trade, re-enter at a better place, You must learn to recognize when your preference is wrong. As soon as what you thought was going to happen doesn't happen, get out of the trade. There's another one coming. Stan, whilst your comment is accurate, I think he was kidding. I think he was being sarcastic. Jonathan, I think you've officially just started a new tradition here. But we have to, I guess if the price is above the POC, we say, are you going down to the POC? And then vice versa on the way back up. Did we just invent a new chat for this, or do a new little thing for this channel? Okay, so the low left behind by the H period here is good in terms of excess and taper. It's pretty good. I just don't love the 69 contracts at the low. So let's see if the rotation gets us all the way back up to the POC, or do we hit resistance when we get to the 20 moving average? Or when we get to like the opening price, do we hit resistance? That's what I'm watching. Tall Breeze, would you say you're more of a swing trader than a day trader? Like you position yourself, on like today for tomorrow's open? Or are you saying that you close out your trades at the end of the day and then you open your trades early in the morning the next morning? Fausto, don't let me hear you saying shit like you're praying for a thing. Why are you praying? Praying is asking the market to do what you want. We don't do that. We don't need the market to do anything. We just play along. So here's the question, Tall Breeze. Do you find yourself monitoring those trades overnight, or can you just set it and forget it? Like you just put it in, go to bed, and see where you're at the next morning. Okay, failing to get back up to the POC, finding resistance as soon as we entered the value area. That's another signal that maybe further downside continuation is in order. Let's wait and see. Can it get up to that POC? It also seems like once it does, it'll be right at this 20 moving average. So again, does that become the resistance and the sell back down? That's what I'm watching. All right. Well, the NASDAQ seems to be winning. The name of the game today is the NASDAQ versus the Dow. And the NASDAQ is winning. So we've created another poor low here in the I period, one tick from the H period. If we don't get any kind of push away, that's more bearish. Okay, next line of support, right at 3,900, here with this prominent POC from overnight. Slade. Bro, when you're right, you're right, you know? I don't agree with you that that's the deal or no deal level, though. I would say let's say it's actually 38.97-ish. You know what I mean? Let's give the market some room to step into the big volume node here in the overnight, and then the volume nodes from yesterday. Right? Lots of people have done business at this level, so I wouldn't be totally freaked out here, but just a few dollars lower, and yeah. We are entering the Bear Town. Bear Town, where the bears live. Okay, so we are getting that push away from the poor low, which just means don't be quite as scared. What we're seeing is just short-term traders picking each other's pockets, choosing the worst places to get into trades. Correct. Yeah, Jeff. The overnight profile, I don't give much like power to or whatever. I don't consider it that much. Because pretty much like I don't have a great way of explaining it, but the overnight traders trade differently than regular trading hours do. It's just a different pattern. They're often essentially trying to counter what we're going to do the next day, right? So it's like this overnight, they opened here and then they closed here, right? So obviously it was net short. Most of the sellers went short. So they're just all hoping that we're going to push the market lower, right? That's what they're just hoping that when they go to bed at night, the regular trading hours are going to come in and push the market lower. So once that happened, right, they sat here and took profits. That's what this giant thing is right here. That's all the people that went short last night from the opening price down to here. Everybody who built a short position there got out of it there, right? And then they push themselves back up because they think today we're going to push the price higher. So they just behave, they're like inherently weak hands. They take trades with the intention of getting back out of them very quickly during the regular trading hours. So, yeah, I only look at sort of like what their activity was right before the open, but then I kind of ignore it. I very rarely am looking at like overnight highs and lows or POCs every now and then, but the regular trading hours, that's where a decision that's made, if the market makes a decision in the regular trading hours, then it's real, then it's certain. So that's, for example, why up here, the all-time high, okay, was created in the overnight. So that, I don't remember if it was a poor high at the time, but that makes it like a giant magnet for price to come back, because it's not real until the regular trading hours do it. Jesus Christ, look at all these weak references above. That's just an indication that the move down has been on poor structure the whole way, right? It's just people getting overly emotional that's causing these moves. But okay, the poor high was the support we needed, and we're rotating back to the POC. Okay, so right as we get back up to the POC, we're also brushing back up against the 20 moving average. Does it act as resistance here and give us another push down to repair the poor low? Or do we break through and then start heading up to repair these weak references above? Fausto, why are you asking about news? Yeah, I don't think that if you're talking about this I period, I don't think this is because of any news, any like Fed news that was this morning. This was just a liquidation, right? Market started to sell off. People who were long, lots of people went long above the fairest price to do business. They started to get scared, so they started to exit their trades. That pulled us to the A period low, then the C period, and then they started to pile on, right? The FOMO sellers, they started to pile on. That got us below the B period. Some more FOMO sellers, and then boop, as soon as we reached where the volume starts to build in the overnight, right? Same as yesterday. As soon as we got to that area, buyers stepped in. Then all the emotional sellers had to cover their shorts. So jaboom. Market flies back to the fairest price to do business. And we're back to rotation. Okay, so we're bouncing off the 20 moving average, creating another weak reference above, further increasing the odds that we will come back and repair it, and also reminding us this is just short-term weak hands traders. So the market is still rotational, nothing to freak out about here, but it's worth mentioning that the H&I was a liquidation break, okay? A liquidation break should strengthen a market because it should take sellers out of the market. Once they start covering their shorts, they're no longer... Wait, let me rephrase that. Anyway, it's the opposite. Sorry, once they start going long, they're out of their shorts. So it actually strengthens the market, okay? So the fact that the market pulled back up just to the fairest price to do business and then bounced perfectly off a very visual reference tells me that there are bears. There are sellers here, but they're just short-term, weak hand sellers. So let's see how much further they can push us down. And if they get down here to the lows, do they bring in new sellers? I hope that makes sense. So essentially, this should have strengthened the market and given us a rotation back up at least a little bit more above the POC. The fact that it didn't means there were sellers ready to step in at the first opportunity. Wrong answer, Fausto. You don't care if you see lows again. Right? You don't care. The market will do whatever it'll do. You're going to make money off of what it does. Yeah, Mediterra, weak everything. That's the problem. Right now, the people who are entering and exiting trades are just weak hands traders who don't know what's happening. And they're just freaking out. And they're going long and they're going short. They're getting too long, getting too short, getting too long, getting too short. And meanwhile, the candlesticks are just all overlapping each other. Scalper's paradise. I know, Fausto, I'm trying to help you out here. I'm trying to explain that if when we got back up to the POC, you'd have just closed out that trade, you'd be emotionless right now and you wouldn't care. You'd want to go down to the lows because look at what a great entry for a long back to the POC it would be, right? Like, you don't have to force the market to do what you want it to do. You can react to what it's doing to control your own emotions. Like, you're in charge of your emotions. The market doesn't have anything to do with it. The market's random. It's just going to do whatever the fuck it wants. So it's your job to control your emotions. Better to go flat here and miss out on the profits that you could have had if it had kept going, but controlled your emotions rather than staying in it, hoping to make profits, and then now you're in pain again. Mental capital, you're burning up mental capital by doing this to yourself. By staying in that long, you missed going long here. You're missing going long if we get below value here. You're missing opportunities to make money because you're feeling pain that you had multiple opportunities to get out of. Not harder to do. Easy to do. Fausto, we've been through this so many times, brother. It's easy to do. The moment you're feeling stress, the moment a thought goes through your head that says, I need the market to do this, go flat. Right then and there. Don't think about it for even one more second. Go, oh no, I'm emotional now, and go flat. Every time. Every single time. You feel like you're not in control, you go flat. You get calm, you get focused, you get back in the flow of the market, and then you enter again. It's not hard. It's very, very easy. Yeah, and I think you're fine, Fausto, if you want to stick it out. We will rotate back up there. We're on a rotational day. We got 4 week references above. I just think we might get one more sell-off to repair the poor low first. But I do think at some point today we rotate back up. It just makes me so frustrated, brother, because I feel your pain for you. Like when you called that, when you said you had gone long up in here, I literally got on the thing and was like, I wouldn't buy above the POC. You're overpaying. And then you got lucky. It was just luck. And the market pushed its way all the way up to here, giving you a beautiful opportunity to take profits. And instead, your greed kept you in the trade all the way back down. And then your fear kept you in the trade all the way back up when you had your chance to get out. So it's just, I'm going to help you get through this, my man. We're going to do this. You must remember you're not just trading your money, you're trading your emotions. So JS, yes, that's a beautiful trade, right? But the only thing is I wouldn't get into it right when it gets down to these lower levels. I would let it go past, right? And then I'd catch it on the way back up. Once we've created some excess, once we have some single prints below this I period, and then it rotates back up, that's when you go long. And yeah, you target the POC. All right, Fausto, we're almost back up to your entry price. Do you have a plan? What's your plan? Are you going to get out at break even and calm your emotions? Are you going to try to hold and make some profits off of it? If you do hold, are you going to move your stop loss to a tick above break even? Make a plan now. What if it gets up here and it starts to fail back down again? Are you going to hold for another stretch down? Or are you just going to exit market and protect your emotions? What's your plan? Beautiful. You've got your plan. So now you don't care what the market does. If it goes down, fine. You'll follow your plan for when it goes down. If it goes up, fine. You'll follow your plan for if it goes up. No reason to feel any emotion. John, I love that. You and me both. Uh, yeah, and Chris, it's really easy to be confident when the same shit happens over and over and over and over again. I've watched this movie so many times. So many rotational days. I know what they look like. I got faked out though this morning. I didn't expect the rotation back down in this D period. So nobody's right all the time. Okay, we need one more tick on this J period to repair it. Looks like they're watching the 20 moving average. That's what's resistance in the short term here. Fausto, don't come on me. Okay? The price literally got back to your entry. There's no reason for you to be emotional in this sell-off. You made a plan. Did you enact your plan? The plan had to include an option for the sell-off, which I would assume would be a stop. You literally got to break even. You could have stopped out right there. Manage your emotions, not just your trades. That being said, the market is rotational. The short-term traders are bouncing off the easily visible signs, which means they're weak hands. The people who sold here, the people who sold here, and the people who sold here, they all got to get out of their trades before the clock strikes 1 p.m. West Coast time. Okay? So they've got an hour and a half to take their profits. So they're going to push it as low as they're going to push it. Maybe they'll repair this poor low, get a little bit of excess down here. But then if it starts to rotate back up, they're going to freak out and they're going to all try to take profits on the way back up, which is going to push us back up into this range. Okay? It's a rotational day and the market's rotating. Right, Fausto, that's the plan. You put in the sell order, but that doesn't mean, like, that's your take profit order. Where's your stop loss? Where's the if I'm wrong and it doesn't keep going plan? You got to have a plan for both directions so that when you plan it while it's easy, while you're up here and you're not feeling stressed, that's when you make your plan. Okay, what if it does pull back down? What do I do then? And that way, when it starts to do it, you don't have to feel any emotion. You just enact your plan. Okay, I'm going to stop out right here or whatever. Always have a plan for whatever the market could do. And then you don't have to feel any emotions about it. Okay, we're pulling the value area lower here. Slightly bearish. Just slightly. Internals continuing their trend downward. Except for the breadth, which is kind of just flat. No, stand. Do not defend him. Okay? Don't. Because I'm trying to help this man, and he's not letting me. Day in and day out, he makes the same mistake over and over again, which is a position goes against him, and instead of just taking his losses, he stays in it and lets it just torture him, sometimes for days at a time, and he misses so many wonderful opportunities. And the thing that frustrates me about Fausto is that he's an excellent, market analysis. Like, he's really good at understanding what's happening. All the money he loses is because of emotion. And so it's like, it just drives me crazy that he still does these same things. But he's learning. We all had to go through it. And he shouldn't feel bad. I still have emotional mistakes all the time. Okay, K period high is weak because it's exactly with the J period. Okay, K period low weak because it's one tick from the I period, increasing the odds that the market comes down to repair it. Well, Slade, that's the nice thing about my way of trading, right? Is like that's fine. I'm not in any trades right now. I would need to see it come down and find support before I would go long. And if it doesn't find support anywhere in this node of volume, there's lots of space for me to go short. Right? I can go short down here. That's fine. There's lots of room to go down. So instead, I'll just wait for the certainty. But what I don't want to do is lock myself into a mindset that we're definitely going to go down if we get to this price level. And then I pile into shorts and then it finds support $1 lower and then I'm fucked on a rotation back up, right? So you could be 100% right. And if you are, I'll make money off of the short. I just won't make it from here. I'll make it from here. But the reason I disagree with you is all these weak references. You must understand who's doing the buying and selling here. This is all short-term traders. So wherever they take the market, they're likely to rotate the opposite direction before the end of the day. If they sell, they have to close their trades. They can't hold these contracts overnight. They're going to have to take profits. And what's going to happen when they start to take profits? New buyers will step in, and then the market will go up, 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 up. Brady, totally fair question. No, I make that shit up right off the top of my head. I've never actually tracked any of this. It's just like I'm just guessing based on how often I see things. But the other day I mentioned like we only get a trending day that trends all day long like 5% of the time. And then somebody jumped in the chat and was like, "Oh, it's 7% of the time." Like somebody actually tracked the data. So no, my numbers are just random. I'm just throwing them out just to try to help you guys visualize the concepts. Uh, 171, although it looks like you're going to go take that low out right now. The NASDAQ has been so weak all day. Yeah, so now everything's selling off. Russell, Dow, NASDAQ, and ES. All of them are taking a dive. Okay, so now we've got excess in the K period. Now we look for support. So let me be crystal clear. I don't think any of you should follow me into this trade, but just for educational purposes, do not do this just because I'm doing it. But I am layering in long bids from the POC here at 3,975 down to here with a stop below the overnight low. Okay, that's the trade that I'm looking at. But that is a falling knife trade, not for traders who are unexperienced. So don't do it because I'm doing it. But that's what I see. I see a push down and then a rotation back up by the end of the day. Yeah, Newsblip. I'm just trying to avoid any more dislikes on this video. I'm guessing just like the rest of you. Okay, once again, for educational purposes, I had my limit order set. The market wouldn't give me what I wanted, so I jumped in market. But now what I'm going to do is move my stop to a tick above break even, so I can't lose, oh, I guess 2 ticks above break even, so I can't lose money. If the market pulls back down, I just get out of the trade, and I've still got these orders set to fill. But if we get the rotation back up to the POC, I'm going to do all right. Okay, first week reference repaired. Yeah, my target is the POC. I actually have it like $1 lower. I have it at 39.15.25, just because of the halfback right there. But I am slowly dragging my stop loss up in case we run out of steam and pull back down. Okay, just got stopped out there at 39.06 for a $250 profit. Who's the big winner? 200 bucks. I've been waiting all day. But cool, I still got my limit orders set down here. I'm ready, Freddy. All right, still showing a downtrend here in the internals. Okay, only got one of my orders filled there. So same MO as before. I'll move my stop a tick above break even so I can't lose money. And then see if this is the one. If not, re-enter the trade lower. Okay, just got stopped out of that one. Oh, sorry. Mic was on, not off. Yep, just got stopped out of that one on that little pullback. So now I've got two more ready to fill on the long side. Okay, created some single prints here in the K period. Okay, so those should be filled back in. If not, we'll know there was a change in the market if they're still there at the end of the day. But I suspect we'll rotate to fill those in. Let's see if the third time is the charm. Stop above break even once again. Won't the real Slim Shady please stand up every time? Correct. One more week reference above. Week K high. I will say, though, I closed out my last limit order down here. So if we rotate back down and I get stopped out, I'm not going to take another attempt at it. This no longer feels like a liquidation. We might be starting to bring in new sellers. Look at the internals. So if this one doesn't get back up to my target for taking profits is now at the halfback. If we don't get up there, I'll just call it quits for the day. All right, stopped out once more. Now I step aside. Okay, that was new sellers stepping into the market here at these levels. I still see a rotation back up to the POC, but I'm not going to try to trade it. I'll step aside and let them do what they're going to do. Thank you, Slade. Always remember, the goal is not to make money. The goal is to not lose money. But I appreciate you noticing. Asif, I hear you, man. And of course, there'll be a part of me if the M period just pops right back up here that would be a little annoyed. But it's a matter of managing my, managing my emotions, right? I was wrong 3 times in a row. Didn't lose any money, but I was wrong 3 times in a row. So at that point, I'd rather just step aside. There'll always be another trade coming. I know, Fausto. It's frustrating, man. Go back and read that last message I sent you on Twitter. Give it a second read. That's the formula to protect your mental capital. Sorry, guys. I didn't realize that would be so annoying to the rest of you to hear that. Yeah, the Twitter is in the description. It's just at Pirate Traders. And you guys, anyone who's listening to this, feel free to direct message me anytime. Any questions, concerns, criticisms, hit me in the direct message. But basically all I said to him was just, either take a week or 2 off and completely walk away from markets, or spend a week or 2 trading with a paper account. Just take the emotion out of it just for a week and see if your trading improves. If it does, then to focus on managing your emotions. Because I really do think, like, when Fausto gets into the comments, the stuff he's saying, he totally gets it. He 100% understands the market, understands trading strategy. He's just got this one tiny little hurdle to get over, which is allowing his emotions to cause him to stay in trades. So yeah, it was just a strategy to try to help him work through that. Yeah, no worries, Fausto. Literally every single person in this room has the same problem. We're all dealing with it. Okay, so yeah, as I mentioned, this sell-off here is starting to bring in new sellers. Okay, so we really get worried if we get down into the single prints left over from yesterday's M period low. Why would I think like that? Because this is where the buyers stepped in, right? The buyers started stepping in here and fighting their fight, and by the time the price got to here, they really stepped in and said, fuck you, no further, and then they bought their way back up. So if that can't hold today, we're likely to have further downside continuation. Yeah, Phoenix. And the thing is, it'll never end, right? Like you will always be struggling with these type of mistakes that are based on fear and greed. Those two emotions are so powerful in people. You know, I even had a perfect example of it yesterday. All right, story time. Feel free to mute my audio right now if you don't want to hear a random non-market related story. But a perfect story about emotion. So yesterday, after the market closed, I took my dog for a walk. Okay. I just grabbed my keys and the dog's leash and went out the door. Okay. So I get down to where my car is parked outside, and I decide to go into my car to get my sunglasses. And then I locked my keys inside my car. Okay. So first I'm like, no big deal. I'll figure it out when I get back from the walk. Take the dog on the walk, come back, realize, oh fuck, I think I left the door to my apartment unlocked. So if I can just get in the building, I'll be fine. So I waited around and finally somebody was coming in. I convinced them to let me into the building. Go up to my apartment, door is locked. So now I'm like freaking out. I'm like, oh no, I can't get into my apartment. I can't get into my car to get my keys. I don't have my cell phone. I don't have my wallet. I'm totally screwed. So I just went back to my car, picked up a rock, smashed the back window, climbed inside, picked up my keys. The second I picked up my keys, right, the moment the stress was gone, I suddenly realized, oh, I could have just, instead of asking that person to let me into the building, I could have asked them to borrow their phone, called my girlfriend's office, and just had her call AAA for me. Like the perfect solution to my problem came like 10 seconds after I smashed my window. So like emotions, fear will always make you make bad decisions. Your brain cannot function properly. That's what fight or flight is. When our ancestors were walking through the savannas and a tiger came out or whatever, they didn't have time to think through a solution. Their brain had to shut off every single thing other than run, motherfucker, run. So that's what we still do to this day. As soon as our emotions take over, our brain shuts down all the parts that are smart, and it just focuses on the simple things of like, how do I get away from this, or how do I hide from this? So if you're out there right now and your emotions are affecting your trading, don't worry. You're just a human being. No worries on the window. Life happens. Got a guy coming in a couple hours to fix it. The profits I made today trading are more than it'll cost me. So this is how life goes. Yeah, Phoenix, again, the problem was I had no phone. I had no way to call. And no, I don't even know what cumulative delta is. Sounds interesting, though. Sounds cool. I assume it has to do with options. Now, all I'm looking at is what you're seeing here on the screen. Yeah, I'll have to look at that. I mean, that's an interesting concept to compare market selling to market buying, because generally a person who buys or sells at market is doing it out of emotion as opposed to a limit order. So that might actually be an interesting thing to look at. I'll have to do some research. All right, guys, it's time for the M period. Lady M is upon us. So the question, what do you think is going to happen? Are we going to rotate back up into value, or are we going to sell off even further? Hit me in the chat with your predictions. News Blip, you and I really do have to grab a beer one day. I can tell you're a funny motherfucker. Okay, oh, they're pushing on the lows. Just created a poor low. Okay, a couple people think it's going to go up. A couple think it's going to go down. One thinks it's going to stay put. What else? Hit me with your predictions. All right, we're about to push our way into those single prints from yesterday. Again, this is where the buyers stepped in yesterday. If they don't step in here today, we're definitely going to have some downside continuation. All right, lots of people seeing us come down here to the lows. Asif, our reigning champion, sees a dip and then a retrace back up here. Just into value. 38.75. Okay, yeah, retesting the lows. Yeah, I mean, if we break the low of yesterday, that's pretty much the next target, is that low. I mean, you got the POC from back here on the 9th. Also the high of that overnight. Also the low of this overnight. Maybe that's support. But I think if we break this low, we are heading down to 75. Not necessarily right now today, but in the next, by tomorrow. Bigger picture. Sell-off. Dead can't bounce. Sell-off. Overlapping to lower. Value 3 days in a row. Dude, just look at all that green. Ugh. Slim Shady sees a rotation back up to 3,900. Yeah, too late for a short. I mean, that all depends on how you trade. You know what I mean? I did say that if we got back into these single prints, that'd be bearish. So you make sure you're not going to get a double bottom. Maybe you get in short a few ticks here, but then you'd have to hold it overnight. I certainly wouldn't jump into any trades either way here. Just let it do what it's going to do. Let the overnight react to it, and then reassess in the morning. That's my MO. This M period low is weak because it's one tick from yesterday's, increasing the odds that it will be repaired. Did I do it again? Yep. Another one. Dude, but how fucking poor is the structure of this market? Wheel L high. I mean, just look at all this weakness. Every day we just leave tons of weakness and poor highs behind. I mean, just every day. M period 2. There's another one. Dude. Okay, they got the 2 ticks of excess below yesterday's low. Is that enough to bring in the buyers? Doesn't look like it. No, I'm not familiar with order flow. I know that's very similar to market profile, but that's not what I'm looking at. Yeah, maybe it's something I'll look into in the future. Right now, I'm happy with just, trading Jim Dalton's way. Just using the minimalist things to look at as possible. But I will always be continually honing my skills. So it's definitely going to be one I keep in the back pocket. Dude, they are trying to push it into the close. They are like, we are going to push it. So once again, lots of single prints here. Little margins of thin volume. This is weak structure. Basically, this is setting up the overnight for a beautiful, easy trade. Those lucky bastards. I'm saying it's easy because of how many single prints there are, right? Like there's such thin volume, so many single prints. The counter auction in the overnight, they'll pull it back up at least to our halfback, and it's like brainless that they will. But Fausto, do not jump in a trade because I said that. Okay. But I'm just saying, like, this is this little note of volume here was legitimate, right? Like they pushed down and then they fought a fight and the bears won the fight. But now they're just piling on. This is like FOMO selling here 3 minutes before the close of the day. So I just think as soon as that bell rings, the end period starts drifting right back up. But okay, guys, let's take a step back, right? Let's force ourselves to look at a bird's eye view of the market here. So you've got excess, the market making higher value every day, higher value, overlapping to higher value, then lower value. Ooh, that came out of nowhere. Then overlapping to higher value, lower, overlapping, lower, higher to overlapping, lower to overlapping, lower to overlapping, 10 million weak references. Honestly, I don't know what this is. I really can't explain this. It's just uncertainty. It's just the market doesn't know what direction it wants to go. Sorry, Philip. You'll have your moment. You'll have your day. This is so insane looking to me. How many this whole move down has just been terrible structure. All right. Well, there's the closing bell. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. I apologize for not catching this sell-off. Slade, I owe you an apology. You were right. I did not see this much coming, and it came. So yeah, let's leave it to the overnight traders and see where they bring us tomorrow. We're going to consider this a late day spike as well, so spike rules will be in play tomorrow. Yesterday we had a spike, and the spike rules told us that the market was likely to go sideways. Today it went sideways until the very end when it sold off. Yeah, the it can't go up comment is a perfectly legitimate one. Markets need to balance. But it's weird that it's like, it's balancing and then it's just barely peaking above it and then it's failing below it. And then it's balancing and it's barely peaking above and then failing below. It's just a weird way for the market to move. But okay. Thank you very much, guys. We'll see you here tomorrow.